seconds. One minute. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds.
Hello and good morning.
10 seconds.
We are here at the CMAS Freediving World Championship
5,
in Kuwait.
4,
My
3,
name is
2,
Brandon Reed. I am a
1.
freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and I am here to walk you through all the action happening here today during our final event of the competition,
Plus 10 seconds.
Dynamic Day.
Plus 20 seconds.
Yes. Gillis, the interview
Plus
is
25,
being
26,
broadcast here in
27,
Kuwait to the
28,
local Kuwaiti
29,
TV channels.
30.
Is in Arabic, and we also don't have an actual connection to that, but we are sharing video with the stream, or with the broadcast. So that's why we are seeing an interview while divers are diving. We have just started our first dive of the day. We are back to 4 competitors per heat. We do have some did not starts. Here we have Muhammad Elan Ramin Zaid of Malaysia. He is up on the lane line, recovering. And in a moment, we will go through, we can see off in the distance, coming up, I believe, is Mohammed Amir. Also of Malaysia. Sorry about that. Got briefly distracted. Someone coming up to give me a quick little chat and rundown. Okay. Let's start this thing. We are looking at dynamic today. Dynamic is a discipline where you wear a monofin generally. And in this discipline, the goal is to get as far as you can on one breath. Does not matter how long it takes. What matters is the overall distance, which compared to the other events that we've been seeing with the 2x50, the 4x50, and the 8x50, the speed at which you complete that distance is the primary factor.
Last 3 minutes.
Heat 2 we have coming up Muhammad Azaki Muhammad Nazari of Malaysia. In lane A, we have Ahmed Azab of Egypt in lane B, Alberto Giannini of Switzerland in lane C, and Ranma Sadeh of Iran in lane D. You can see the fins of the safety team floating there. Nice product placement. Safeties are here to make sure that our athletes are supported, that in the event of a hypoxic event, they are very quickly brought back up to the surface, and their airways are kept out of the water, and they will come back very, very quickly. Important to note that we do have different divisions during this competition.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
We just saw at the previous round 2 of our juniors, which are 16 and 17-year-old divers. We have the seniors division, which is 18 through 49. And then we have masters categories every 5 years, starting a new group. So we have 50 through 54, 55 through 59, 60 through 64, 65 through 69, 70 through 74, and so on and so forth. In this comp, we have divers in the 50 to 54 category, also 55 to 59. And then the women, we do have someone who is diving in the 60-plus category, Ute Weindecht, who's absolutely killing it, just quietly. And each of those divisions has their own national and world record categories.
30 seconds.
Both men and women. All of those records, all those world records, can be found on the CMAS website.
20
If that's something
seconds.
that interests you, please do feel free to go check it out over there.
Ten seconds.
There's the Ahmed getting ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
You just heard top time. Divers have up to 30 seconds after the official top time announcement
Plus 10 seconds.
to begin. Sorry, they have 30 seconds after top time to begin their dive officially.
Plus
And that
20
gives them enough
seconds.
time to make sure that they are
Plus
relaxed,
25,
they are ready to go.
26,
They've taken a
27,
full final
28,
breath in.
29, 30.
And again, because it's distance-based, not time-based, that does not impact their overall scoring. We're looking at Mohammed in lane A there. Mohammed comes, along with all the other Malaysian divers, come from a fin swimming background. So, as we will see, generally these divers will swim much more quickly than those who are purely dynamic diving for distance individuals. That's just how these divers are used to diving. There we go, showing the OK sign in this competition, the surface protocol consists of coming up and showing the OK sign. There's nothing like saying, I'm okay, or removing facial equipment. None of that is necessary. Just giving the OK sign towards the judges is enough. Ooh, nice turn there. I believe that is Ahmed. We can see a little bit of the technique that we're looking at for this discipline. We want to see small movements. Whoop. Keep breathing, keep recovering. Come on, Alberto. Ahmed is off the wall again at around 200, I believe. There we go, he's up. Ranama is also up in lane D. Okay, very nicely done for Ahmed. Beautifully done. As always, we have to wait for a little bit to get the results as they're being run back and forth from down here on the pool deck up to the judges area where they are being input into a online document for me to then read for you guys. But as soon as we have the results, I will let you know about what the previous heats were. And I'll do my best to also try and keep up with the movements of the divers during the competition as well as they're diving.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Moving on to heat number 3. In lane A, we have Renan Ozgun Yaman of Turkey. Lane B, we have Mohamed Baran Iskan of Turkey, both competing in the junior category. We have in lane C, Alejandro Alperin of Argentina, competing in the 50-plus division. And then we have Osama Humaid of Palestine in lane D. Just saw some judges there discussing Ranama's coming up out of the water. You can be disqualified in this event for having your airways dip. If they dip for any reason, even if you are fully recovered, fully conscious, feeling totally fine, it's one of those things where that's just one of the rules. If your airways dip, that's a red card. And so we're always looking very closely at the diver as when they come up to notice if their airways do dip, and if they're having a little bit of an LMC, looking and seeing, okay, cool, has the water gone up to their chin? Has the water actually come up to their airways, meaning their lips? And then it becomes very specific then at that point. And that's partially why you will see, as the judges walk back and forth, there is one that is always recording the dive on their on a camera. This is in order to make sure that there is video
30
proof
seconds.
that they can look back at and see, okay, airways did dip, airways did not dip. And additionally, you can also sometimes see other coaches or athletes walking back and forth with their own phones out. As in a challenge situation, any camera footage can be submitted for review,
10 seconds.
whether it is official judge footage or whether it's your own footage.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
Renan and Mohammed both come from a fin swimming background. As you can see,
Plus 20 seconds.
both wearing the fin swimming masks, which are
Plus
designed to be
25,
much more
26, 27,
aerodynamic
28,
and
29,
reduce drag in the water.
30.
In a discipline like this is a little bit different from the speed event in that, again, the goal is not speed, the goal is distance. And whereas we've talked about before with the speed events being something of a balancing act between, we can see the judges running along up on the, whoa. You can see the judges running along up here, chasing after these athletes. Yep. As I said, the fin swimmers tend to do this event very quickly, as that's just what they have sort of learned. But later on, you will see the divers who are going 200, 300 meters. They go incredibly slowly. They are using as little power as possible to keep the momentum going. They're trying to conserve as much oxygen as possible. It's all about the efficiency in this discipline. Whereas in the speed events, it is still about efficiency, but in the speed events, it's about reaching your absolute max and peak ability at whatever the ending mark is, the 100-meter mark, the 200-meter mark, the 400-meter mark. As we said, in dynamic, you want to try and just conserve that energy. Okay. Results are coming in. So, from Heat A, we have Mohammed Zaid of Malaysia competing in the junior category, 62 meters. Unfortunately, red card due to surface protocol. In lane C, we have Mud Al-Remi of Brunei. 38 meters, white card. We have Mohammed Amir Aid Faisal of Malaysia competing in the junior category, 63 meters, white card. We have, that was lane D. Then for Heat 2, we have in lane A, Mohammed of Malaysia, 100 meters, white card. We have in lane B, Ahmed Azab of Egypt, 112 meters, white card.
Last 3 minutes.
We have Alberto Giannini of Switzerland, 60-plus division, 145 meters, red card, unfortunately, I believe due to airways dipping, as we were talking about earlier. And then also Ranma Sadeh of Iran, 139 meters, white card. Heat 4 coming up out of 33. Today is going to be quite a long day. Today is also the last day of the comp, so we definitely tend to see a lot of athletes sort of wanting to just either give this event a try or are here to just kind of give their all and leave everything on the everything in the pool, you know. We should probably see some pretty spectacular dives today. We do have the current world record holder, Matt Molina, diving a little bit later today. He has the current world record set at 321 meters in this discipline. And then for the women, the world record is set at 275 meters by Mirela Kardasevic of Croatia. Coming up, Heat 4. We have Youssef Al-Muel of Kuwait in lane A. We have Al-Hassan Man of Saudi Arabia in lane B. We have Vahid Sohrabipur of Iran in lane C. And MJ Al-Jibeni of the United Arab Emirates in lane D.
30 seconds.
At the beginning of each comp, I always ask all the athletes to fill out a little survey just to sort of just give me more information to talk about during the stream, during quiet times, that sort of stuff. And this competition in particular, there is a large number of competitors who are also avid Spiros. And Youssef Al-Muel is one of those. He actually discovered freediving
Plus 10 seconds.
Spearing first, and then ended up taking a freediving course and was like, whoa, this is amazing. This is a lot of fun.
Plus 20 seconds.
Also, my spearing has improved quite a bit.
Plus 25,
and that's
26,
the advice that I always give
28, 29, 30.
any Spiros that I know that have never taken a freediving course, and also any friends that I know that are interested in taking in freediving, is to take a freediving course. Not only will you learn how to dive safely, but you will also meet amazing people in your community. You will learn to become more efficient in the water. And really, why would you ignore years and years of freediving information that has been collated into a weekend course? It seems silly to me that you wouldn't want to take a course to learn to improve your diving and improve your technique and become more efficient and more relaxed in the water. So to everybody who says, oh, I don't need to take a freediving course, I've been diving for years, I've been spearing for years, you should go take a freediving course. I promise you will learn something new. I promise your technique will improve. I promise you will meet some cool people, and you will be better for it. Oh, Micah? Thank you very much for your comment. I really appreciate that. You know, I'm having a good time here. We're just hanging out. We're chatting. We're doing our thing. Okay. Looking here at MJ in lane D, coming up on 150 meters. Nice turn off the wall. We're also seeing Youssef of Kuwait up. Vahid also up, roughly around 130, maybe a little bit more. MJ making his way past 175. And that is 200 with a turn. This is quite a dive here. Adding in some arm movements. Coming up. Strong recovery. Keep recovering. Looking good. Very nicely done. So that'll be around 215 meters, I believe, for MJ.
Last 3 minutes.
Beautiful dive. In the last heat, Heat 3, results are as follows. Renan Özgun Yaman, 65 meters, white card. Mohamed Baran Iskan of Turkey, both in the junior category. 118, white card. Alejandro Alperin of Argentina, 50-plus division, 117, white card. And Osman Humaid of Palestine, 150, also white card. You can see the start list for the next heat. Hamad Al-Kalandri of Kuwait, lane A. Hamad Ismail, Kuwait of lane B. Amin Jadidi Figan of Iran, lane C.
2 minutes.
And Ibrahim Al-Salatni of Oman in lane D. Big smiles, big smiles.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
All of the records for United Arab Emirates were open at this discipline, or in this event, as this is the first time that any athlete from the UAE has come to a CMAS World Championship. So as such, what MJ has done today is a new national record for United Arab Emirates. So big congratulations to him. I know he's been working really hard to train and get ready for this comp, and it has definitely paid off. He must be very proud of his performance here during this week.
Seconds.
Hamad, who we see in lane A, is not only a national record holder for Kuwait in terms of dynamics in the pool, but he's also a depth athlete. He holds the national record for bifins to 73 meters. And also with a monofin at 71 meters.
Top time.
And we can see Hamad there doing some packing. Packing is an advanced technique used by divers to add more air into their lungs. This is an advanced technique, as I said, that we don't recommend many people,
25, 26,
that we don't recommend you try on your own without the assistance of a coach or an instructor. Basically what you're doing is you are overinflating your lungs and applying extra pressure within your thoracic cavity. And what can happen is you can actually injure your lungs in doing so. And so we don't recommend doing it unless you have access to a coach or an instructor. "50 meters. Done." Let's see, who is that? I believe we're looking at... We may be looking at Hamad there as well, using bifins. Athletes are allowed to use bifins in this event if they choose to. The diver may choose to use bifins for a variety of reasons. One of the ones that is definitely my reason is that a monofin is expensive. And it's difficult to travel around with if you don't also have a carrying case. So, yeah, that's a good reason. Another reason is that people may not have trained with monofin very much, and they're more comfortable with bifins. So whatever the reason the athlete chooses, that is okay for them. The only thing with bifins is that you are not allowed to do the monofin kick with them. If you're wearing bifins, you have to do the bifin kick. You are allowed to do one dolphin kick off the wall, but if you continue on after that, that is not allowed. Hamad Ismail is up, also of Kuwait. Ibrahim also still down, heading back towards 200. Ibrahim still going, passing 225 now. Coming up.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay. Doing his best to remove his facial equipment, but as we said, that is not necessary for surface protocol in CMAS. It does look quite stuck onto his face. So, that is a white card for Ibrahim. Congratulations. Roughly around 238, if I had to guess. Looking back at the previous... Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Still have a little bit of a cough going, but feeling much better from the start of the event. From the previous heat, Heat 4, we have Yusuf Al-Moel of Kuwait. 155 meters white card. Al-Hassan Man of Saudi Arabia, 50 meters white card. Vahid Soraipur of Iran, 132 meters white card, and Lane D. MJ Al-Jabeni of United Arab Emirates, 214 meters white card and a new national record.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. Moving on, we have in lane A, Nida Muthran Bulut of Turkey competing in the junior category. Musa Al-Jadin of Oman. In lane B, Hans-Jürgen Lenzen of Germany competing in the 60-plus division. And in lane D, Oleg Kachev competing as a neutral athlete.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Hello, Johan. Nice to see you again. Welcome to the live stream.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Nida in lane A is our youngest athlete here at 14 years old. He is an avid fan of diving and does lots of training. He enjoys competition quite a bit, having a lot of competitions in the last few months that he's been to. And really specifically enjoys the lifestyle of coaching and training and the sort of structure that it brings him. And he's crossing the 125-meter mark now. Okay, Nida is up. Musa also up. Nida up at around 145. Musa up at around 110. Looking also like Oleg up in lane D at around 110 as well. White card for Oleg. Nicely done. Hans also up, although I can't see where he is. I am sitting behind two pillars, sitting at around the 50-meter mark, up back in the stands, but on either side of me there are two pillars that sort of block off the starting block areas on either side. And if a diver stops there, I have no idea. Up next in Heat 7, we have Hassam Zawaili, of Saudi Arabia. We have in lane B, David Tevayan of Armenia. In lane C, we have Andrei Marazevic competing as a neutral athlete in the 50-plus division, and Budimir Sobat of Croatia in lane D. When Hassam is not diving, he is an infectious disease professor and is a part of the Superbug Slayers that gives lots of education and information about infectious diseases. He also plays polo in his free time.
Last 3 minutes.
And wanted to shout out to his daughter and son, Layla and Omar, for all of their support and all of their love. And wanted me to let them know that they are on his mind as he is diving. David in lane B has a personal best of 125 in this discipline. Is an artist in his free time, making sculptures. And Andre used to actually went to the Taekwondo Championships in Athens in 1991 and represented his country, taking 8th place around 23 years ago. And Buddha, who we're looking at right now, holds the current world record for breath hold time with pure oxygen. I believe he has that record set at 24 minutes and 30-something seconds, that might be. Anyway, it's a very long time. Holding your breath on pure oxygen is very different from holding your breath on ambient air. Pure oxygen is 100% oxygen, and you breathe that for a period of time before beginning your dive to basically purge any and all gases out of your body except for oxygen. For those who don't know, the ambient air that we breathe is 21% oxygen. So you can obviously tell, you can obviously know
30 seconds.
Showing his love to his kids. Obviously, if you breathe pure oxygen, you can hold for much longer. But it's still no mean feat.
20 seconds.
Or no easy feat, excuse me. You still experience contractions, you still experience the urge to breathe, but you just hold your breath for longer. It's a very interesting experience.
3, 2, 1, top time. Plus 10 seconds.
Evgenia, yes, I believe it is 16 and 17.
Plus 20 seconds.
And they're off.
Plus 25, 26, 27, 28.
Yes, it should be 16 through 17, but I know that there have been 15-year-olds in the past that have competed. I'll have to double check on this ruling for you. Soren, nice to see you. Glad to have you here. You can find the starting list posted on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account and the CMAS Facebook account. So go do check those lists out there. Otherwise, if you tell me who your friend is, I can let you know when they are diving. From our previous heat, Heat 5, we have Hamad Al-Kalandari of Kuwait, 200 meters white card. Hamad Ismail, Kuwait, 150 meters white card. And then Lane D, Ibrahim Al-Salatni, 236 meters white card. Okay, we are looking at a blackout there in lane C from Andre, being supported by the safeties. They have removed his facial equipment. They're blowing across his face, keeping his airways out of the water. And he's already back, breathing, a little bit of a smile on his face. David is up. Hussam also up. Hussam up at around, I believe, 115. Budimir crossing the 125-meter mark. Very slow dive. As he passes here in a moment, you will see the speed at which he is moving. Oh, I guess not. We have very slow movements from Buddha, which is not surprising. He is primarily a static competitor. Excuse me. Okay, Buddha is up. And from that perspective, he's quite used to long breath holds, prolonged period of time with CO2, with the urge to breathe. Nicely done, Buddha. Okay, Soren, Jesper is going to be competing at 10:55, which is a little more than an hour from now. It's important to note that when we do see a blackout in freediving, it is very different from the blackouts that people usually see on TV, like in boxing or in the UFC. Those are traumatic brain injury blackouts, where due to trauma to the head, the brain bounces around inside the skull and the body shuts down. In these types of blackouts that we see here, these are hypoxic blackouts, where the body, in working to preserve oxygen for the brain, like actively working to protect the brain, the body gets shut down. The body is using oxygen through the muscles, and as sort of a spectrum of being fully conscious to being dead, the body begins to shut off different parts of itself to conserve oxygen for what's more important, the heart and the brain. So in the beginning, when you first start your breath hold, the mammalian dive response turns on. Blood moves away from the extremities to the core. The heart rate slows down. It stops pumping blood as quickly around the body, trying to conserve that oxygen for more important things. As oxygen gets lower and lower, the body does shut down, because the brain knows the brain is the important part. It can live without fingers, it can live without arms, but it can't live without a heart or a brain. And so the body will shut itself down to conserve that oxygen for those things. As such, when we see a blackout like this, you're not actually doing any damage to the brain. In fact, it's just the opposite. We're conserving oxygen for the brain so that it can continue to operate. Now, if a diver continued to hold their breath after that, then we could start to get into some issues a minute or two later. But that's why we have our safety team who is following all of our athletes. We have 2 safeties per lane And they are always there swimming right above the athlete to make sure that if they do have a hypoxic event, they can easily dive down, grab them, support them, bring them back to the surface, and let their airways come up, and at which point we have receptors in our face that can tell when our face is out of the water. Our body then knows, okay, it's safe for me to start breathing, and it will start breathing on its own generally. Okay, Heat 8. We have in lane A, Daichi Tsujitani of Japan. In lane B, we're looking at Finn Neb of Germany in his excellent swim cap, which I'm all about. Need to find out where he got that. In lane C, we have Jules Forrest of France, and in D, we have Darren Toparlak of Turkey. Jules competing in the junior division.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
The current record for Japan in this discipline is open.
5, 4,
so
3,
as long as Daichi has a white card,
top time.
we should see a new national record for Japan.
Plus 10 seconds.
And he did 141 meters in the Japan Championship very recently.
Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
If we notice here, we can see Darren and Jules both competing. A little bit bigger movements than what we might normally want to see or expect in our divers. Generally, we want to see the arms staying still up in front. This is because if you are, power is generated, as you can see, from the abdominals, and you want all of that power to be moved down into the legs and into the fin. But if you generate more power than necessary, or it's not all being put down into the fin, you can get that arm movement up in front. And because we want to try and conserve, again, as much efficiency as possible for power into the fin, any extra movement emanating from the abdominals is wasted. Daichi is up at around 126, 127. So all of that being said, as both Darren and Jules are fin swimmers, this technique and their sort of way of finning is not surprising to me. This is much more of a mainstay of fin swimming in that you try and generate as much power as possible for the speed aspect of the dive. And in doing so, you do get that greater amplitude of the kick. You get the extra movement in the arms, as that doesn't tend to matter as much in fin swimming as it does in dynamic events like this. See Jules crossing the, coming up now at around 180. Finn coming off the wall at 200, coming up and grabbing, doing the right thing, which is getting to the wall and doing a turn, doing your best to try and not stop on the wall. Very nicely done, Finn. That is a white card. Beautifully done. from our previous heat. Heat 6, we have Mira Muhran Bulut of Turkey, 142 meters, white card. Lane B, we have Musa Al-Jadidi of Oman, 111 meters, white card. We have Hans-Jürgen Lenzen of Germany, 60-plus division, 105, white card. And in lane D, we have Oleg Kachev competing as a neutral athlete, 110 meters, white card. Congratulations to our athletes, having a fantastic showing so far. Darren did ask me to thank all of his friends, his parents, his brother, his trainer, because without them, he'd have very little support for actually getting here, and of course to his girlfriend. Hi Lisa, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We see one of our safeties. We're rapid firing around. Look at all the people. Here we are, having a great time. I've been to a lot of championships like this, and generally the last day is a day where everyone sort of just breathes a collective sigh of relief. Everyone, for whatever reason, starts having a little bit more fun. Things lighten up a little bit. And the whole vibe changes usually on the last day. In a good way. It's a lot of fun.
1 minute and 3 seconds.
All right. Heat number 9. Here we go. We've got Mike Borner of Germany in lane A. We have Angelo Shaka of Italy in lane B. We have Mohamed Ramzi Larad of Algeria in lane C, and Wolf Hiltenzauer of Austria competing in the 50-plus division, lane D.
1 minute.
Lisa, yes, we do have some new faces here who are putting out some pretty beefy numbers. We're very much looking forward to that a little bit later. We're going on the order at which we're going today.
30 seconds.
Is based on personal bests. So we're seeing
20 seconds.
Just saw Olivia there. Yeah, we have athletes who have
10 seconds.
Who are just sort of trying dynamic for the first time, or who are sort of new to it.
4, 3, 2,
or some of our fin
1.
swimmers are going now, with Angelo being one of them. And then later on, we will see those who have dedicated an insane amount of time to training dynamic. Dorian, we are still waiting on the results from Heat 7 through the last one, so as soon as I get them, I will let you know.
27, 28, 29, 30.
Also, it's important to note that this discipline is not one that has rounds that are winnable, so to speak. Everyone gets one chance to do their best performance, and then overall, that ranking gets placed amongst everybody else across the entire day, and that determines your placement amongst all of the athletes. There we go. We see some nice technique there. I believe that is Wolf, opting for the kick-kick-glide technique. There are quite a few divers who love to do that, as it's a nice way to sort of relax in between each sort of round of kicking. It does break the dive up a little bit, so it sort of gives you a rhythm to focus on. Ooh, big movements there by Angelo. We do also see a glide coming from him as well. Okay, so we're looking at Mohammed up now of Algeria, watching Mike in the bifins. I believe that's Mike. Yes, that is Mike. We have Wolf coming back for 200 meters, passing the 175 meter mark now. Ooh. Nearly running into Mohammed as he swam under the lane line. Mike is up with a white card. I believe around 135 or 140. Wolf also up around, I think, 210, excuse me. And Angelo somewhere in there as well. Still waiting on results from Heat 7, so as I get those, you all will be the first to know. Looking at Anad in his classic hot pink swim cap. As I've said time and time again, the most important thing in freediving is to make sure that you look good while you do it. That is the official first rule of freediving, followed very closely by never dive alone. You always have to look good. Ha ha, ha ha. Obviously, I'm just kidding. First rule is never dive alone. Second is always look good while freediving. Looking at the broad shoulders there of Antero Joki. Excellent judge from Finland, lovely human being. Okay, coming up on heat number 10. We have in lane A, the one and only Nad Pakovic of Serbia. Lane B, we have Walter Strumbrickler of Austria. Lane C, we have Gary, ooh, this last name always gets me, Rentagonia Urcol of Spain in lane C, and Frederick Mayer of Australia, 55 plus division in lane D. Elena, first, that rule to have fun comes third. No, that rule comes second. I would say because you can't have fun if you dive alone. So if we're talking about the official rules of freediving, first rule is never dive alone. Second rule is always have fun. Third rule is always look good while you freedive. That is the official rule listing. I stand by it until someone gives me another suggestion.
Last 3 minutes.
Looking at Radovic, and I believe that's Ute, who we will see dive later today. Gary holds the current Spanish record. Let me just double check on this. I believe in dynamic at 178 meters with bifins. And that means doing the dynamic discipline with bifins. As we said before, you are able to do dynamic with bifins, but alternatively, you cannot do the dynamic bifins event with a monofin. The dynamic event existed before the dynamic bifins event. And as such, some people ended up, or the rule was that you could use whatever kind of fins you wanted in the dynamic event. But then as it grew in popularity, it became more exciting to have dynamic bifins be its own discipline. And so as a result, they added it. But the rules have stuck with dynamic, so you can use a monofin or bifins to complete the event. I'll quickly pull up the Spanish national record sheet that I have. That's Belgium, Spain. Where are you, Spain? There we go. Spain.
30 seconds.
Okay, I was wrong. The current record is set at 233 meters by Ruben Aparici. So, fun fact for you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Yes, always fun to share diving with a buddy. Because if you see something awesome, you're the only one that was there. But if someone else is there, you can share that experience with them for a lifetime. Results from heat number 7 are Bassam Zawawi, who we just saw on the screen, of Saudi Arabia, 111 meters white card.
30.
We have David Tavanyan of Armenia, 140 meters white card. Andrei Marazevic, competing as a neutral athlete in 50 plus. 121 red card, unfortunately, due to blackout. And then Budimir Shabat of Croatia, 157 meters, white card. Lane A for this heat, we have, we said already. Nenad lane A, Walter lane B, Gary lane C, and Fred lane D. We're looking at Walter is up around 75, I believe. Nice glide there. I believe we're looking at Gary here in lane C. Nice glides by Nenad there. Let's go, Nenad. Got this. Fred passing the 125 meter mark now. .150 in a turn. And a nice turn too. Fred is up at around 170, maybe 180. Staying strong. Getting a tiny bit of a dance there. Nod coming up on 200. .200 and a turn. And coming up. Giving the okay sign. Looking good. Yes, Nenad. Yes. We see Gary coming up now. That's a white card for Nenad. Gary looking good. Doing the okay. Just waiting for the judges' results. And a white card for Gary. Very nice. From Heat 8, the results are as follows. Daichi Sujitani of Japan, 127 meters, white card. Finn Neb of Germany, 202 meters, white card. Jules Forrest of France in the junior category, 181, white card. And Darren Toparlak of Turkey, 164 meters, white card. Rusi Bojana in the purple shirt, also from Serbia. Amazing human being. Very friendly, very sweet. And has a dress for every occasion. We also have from Heat 9, Mike Borner of Germany, 135 meters white card. Angelo Shaka did not start. Mohamed Ramzi Larard of Algeria, 79 meters white card, and Wolf Hilton-Zauer, 186 meters white card, both competing in the 50-plus division. Elena, you asked me that just as I had read them off. but we're on like a 30-second delay from what I'm saying here to what you are hearing. So, great minds think alike. Thanks, Lisa. We've been working hard to get it organized. We're doing the best we can with what we've got. If you guys do have any questions, please do feel free to post them in the chat. Happy to answer any and all. I'd prefer to not repeat myself a lot today, just to keep things interesting for you guys. So if you have questions about freediving, questions about depth, distance, dynamic, static, whatever, facts of life,
last 3 minutes.
Let me know and I'm happy to answer as best as I can. We are looking at the wrong list there. We are on to heat 12 now. We have Nebojša Nevic of Croatia, Serbia, excuse me. In lane A, we have Alen Pavlovic of Slovenia. In lane B, we have Elias Almadani of Saudi Arabia in lane C, and Arnaud Collard of Belgium in lane D. All divers competing in the senior division.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
I just got a picture on my phone of Elena, someone who's been really helping organize a lot of stuff on the CMAS side, of her holding a hammer and a nod saying, "The Serbian team is ready to support me till the end." When he initially sent me his interview sheet, he said that his coach Boris has always been there to support him with the fear of violence, of making sure that he stays down longer, he works harder with a hammer.
30 seconds.
Obviously, he's joking, but this commitment to the bit is pretty amazing, and I'm
20 seconds.
here for it. Lisa, I unfortunately will not be commentating in Jeju next month. I will be in Croatia for Deep Week. Deep Week with Goran, who is now the world record holder in dynamic bifins. We'll be spending a week in
Plus 10
I
seconds.
was told that this is the wrong way to pronounce it. The island of Kres, where we will be diving each day. We will
Plus 20
be
seconds.
doing workshops led by Adam Stern, by Goran.
Plus 25, 26,
And it's going to
27,
be
28,
an amazing
29,
time.
30.
I'm super excited about it. I know a few people in here are coming to it, so it'll be awesome. Yeah, very much looking forward to that Deep Week event. It's going to be one of the good ones. Coming off the wall at 50 now. We have, let's see, Elias. We also see Arnaud competing with bifins. I talked about this a little bit on the Dynamic Bifins Day, but the arm position of the divers being above their heads is important. Excuse me. In bifins, you can pretty easily dive with your arms either above your head or down at your sides. That is because the power is generated from your hips. And so in that instance, whoop, we have, there we go. Elias is up. Came up facing the wrong way, but did turn to face the judges, doing his best to make sure that he does not lose contact with them, as the surface protocol doesn't need to be completed by facing the judges. That is important. Very nicely done. So in bifins, power is generated from the hips. As such, having your arms at your side or above your head become a bit more of a matter of relaxation. If you are able to keep your arms above your head, locked together, and your biceps resting on the back of your head, then that's the optimal position, because it's nice and streamlined, and it basically, you're not taking any relaxation away by holding tension in your arms to keep them in that position. If you do not have the shoulder flexibility, it is far better. Whoop, we're seeing a slight airway dip from Arnaud at the 175 meter mark. We'll have to see what the judges say. Nice strong recovery there from Alan. Whoop. Smile on his face. Oh, red card. Let's see, who is that? Okay. So that red card is for Arnaud. So we did see a slight airway dip then in that case. These are all pending review by the judges. Athletes are allowed to challenge the results if they would like. As I was saying, with bifins, it's a matter of deciding if you have the flexibility to keep your arms over your head relaxed, and if you don't, keep them at your side, as that's a more relaxed position and you'll have a better time conserving oxygen in a relaxed position than if you were trying to put them in a more streamlined position but still holding that tension. In monofin, that is a different story. That is because in monofin, the power is generated from the abs. And if you think about your body, your abs, where is your center of mass? Your center of mass is at your hips, right? And so when we are bifinning, keeping your arms at your sides is okay because that power is being generated from your hips. That's your center of mass. All that power can be sent down through your legs to your fins. With the monofin, power is generated from the abs, which is higher than where your center of mass is. Now, what can we do to change where that center of mass is? We can put our arms above our heads. If we do that, that center of mass comes to about where our belly button is. Which again, from a purely mechanical point of view, That is what we want. We want to generate that power from our center of mass. If we don't do that, it's much easier to sort of feel that power being split, again, between the front part of your body and the back part of your body, if your arms are at your sides while doing monofin. So that's why we're not seeing any athletes diving with their arms at their sides in this discipline, as it is not nearly as efficient. Okay, results from Heat 10 are as follows. Nenad Parkovic of Serbia, 206 meters, white card. Congrats, Nenad. Beautifully done. Lane B, Walter Strumbichler, Austria, 75 meters, white card. Lane C, Gary from Spain, 178 meters, white card. And Frederick Mayer of Australia, 55 plus division, 159 meters, white card. Fred has competed in every single discipline this competition, and my hat is off to that man. He is a legend. Absolute beast mode. Well done to him. Heat number 12, we have Rodrigo Pichun of Chile in lane A, who just recently became the Pan American record holder in both the 4x50 and the 8x50 yesterday. Lane B, we have Fernando Iscar Ruland of Germany. Lane C, we have Marco Massi of Italy, beating the 55 plus division. And in lane D, we have Lemay Alvarez of Cuba, competing the 50 plus division. Elena, that's a good question. Is an athlete of country A allowed to challenge the results from an athlete of country B? Yes, they are. If they have proof that if they think that the athlete did something incorrect, they can go and challenge it. There is a challenge process by where the party will sit down, submit their evidence to the judges, and then judges will make their ruling. After that new ruling, others are allowed to protest that ruling. So sometimes it can be a very drawn-out challenge process, with challenges sometimes taking hours and going back and forth. But yes, ultimately, it is allowed. And happens. Like just yesterday, there were some athletes that challenged Branko's result of his 10-minute and 2-second static because he ended up touching his coach before the card was given.
3 seconds.
We talked about that a little bit on the stream yesterday, musing to ourselves of if that is allowed or not. As if a coach touches a athlete, that is a immediate disqualification. Same with the safety. As soon as the safety touches a athlete, red card.
10 seconds.
The result did not change. It was a white card. Branko got first place last night with a time of 10:02.
Top time.
There's an example of your question in action, Elena.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
If you've been watching from this morning, you can begin to notice now that the dives are starting to slow down. Except for Rodrigo, who is, again, one of our fin swimmers, and those judges, that safety, are running back and forth, speeding much more quickly. Again, as we said before, athletes are completely allowed to decide their speed and how they do this event. We've generally seen that fin swimmers tend to do this event more quickly, while other divers who specifically train the dynamic discipline tend to go a bit more slowly. Rodrigo off the wall at 100. We also saw him kicking off the wall, not necessarily doing a turn off the wall. In fin swimming, you either come up at 50, or if you're doing the, for example, the 100 meter, the 2 times 50, sometimes athletes will forego taking the breath at the 50 meter mark and will just do a flip turn with their monofin. As such, I don't know how much practice Rodrigo has done on the specifically dynamic turn. As we can see, we just saw there, it's a turn where you touch the wall with your hand, but you don't actually kick off of the wall at all. One of the things that can happen when you do kick off the wall with your fins is if your fins are pushed up against the wall, as you kick off, your heel comes off, and there's almost a suction because of all of the surface area, the fin making contact with the wall. Water has to quickly go back into that space. And because the water doesn't move quicker than you are coming off the wall, it creates a suction effect that will take away from your kick off the wall and also has the possibility of removing your fin for you. I have jumped out of many fins in my day before I learned how to do a wall turn. And even some at competition where I had to continue with one fin because you cannot go back and you cannot retry because you lost your fin. Okay. Rodrigo is up at around 100 and I believe 60. We're looking here at, I believe, Marco. No, that is LeMay. LeMay is up at 200. Thanks, GG. It is definitely an important rule to follow. You know, freediving is a sexy sport, and looking good while you do it is super important. You never know when someone might be getting content for their gram and might tag you, and your Instagram might blow up, you know? Ooh, we have a red card here for LeMay. We'll have to see why. It's possible that surface protocol was not completed in time. Divers have 15 seconds after they come up and begin breathing to begin their, or to complete their surface protocol, which in CMAS is just showing the OK sign. We'll have to see what the results say when they come to me. Results from Heat 11 are Nebojsa Nevic of Serbia, 151 meters white card. Alen Pavlic of Slovenia, 200 meters white card. Elias Al-Madani of Saudi Arabia, 126 meters white card. And Arno Collard of... Sorry, hang on. Arno Collard of Belgium, 177 meters, white card. Or sorry, excuse me, red card due to surface protocol. Okay, I am back. The starting list for Heat 13 is as follows. Ioannidis of Greece, competing in the 50-plus division. Lane A, Bartosz Plonka of Poland, 50-plus division, Lane B. We have Noriyuki Yabe of Japan, Lane C, and Gorkem Babahan of Turkey, Lane D. Aris is another one of the divers competing in pretty much all the disciplines. Him and Fred seeing each other every day, multiple times per day. Noriyuki has a personal best of 194 meters in this discipline, and is keen to try and set a national record in this event. We just saw Daichi do 121 meters, I think, if I remember that correctly. I don't know, sometimes my mind is really good on that sort of stuff, and other times it is not. Let's take a quick look. I have that power, don't I? 127 meters for Daichi. I believe the record is currently open for Japan. At least that's what I have on my sheet. Could be potentially wrong. We'll have to see what happens here. While we're sitting here, watching everyone else sitting here, I'd like to take a moment to remind you guys that all of the results for this competition are being posted on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account, on the Facebook account for CMAS, and all of the results, if there are any world record changes, which there have been, first need to be... oh my gosh. First need to be ratified. We do anti-doping testing here. So those results will be finalized and ratified a little bit later on, hopefully within a few months. And those results will be added to the CMAS Freediving website as soon as they are available. But for now, we assume that all is good, all is happy, and I say here that we are excited to have a few new world records here during this comp. Looking at Budimir there. Looking how I feel. Exhausted, tired, ready for a nap. Something to note is that we've been going for 4 days with no break. Oftentimes there will be a break day, like a rest day halfway through a comp, for athletes to rest, recover, take a day off, for the judges who are running back and forth chasing these athletes to have a day off. We don't have that this time, which is okay. We're making it work. But we're all just a little bit tired, you know? Ooh, I just got a question from somebody asking what kind of drug testing we're doing on the athletes. Offhand, I don't have that exact information, but during the break, coming up in roughly 30 minutes, 35 minutes, I will go chase down the people responsible for the drug testing, and I will ask them what exactly we are doing. Hello, Daichi. Asking them what exactly that they're doing, and we'll report back as soon as I have that information. We do take that testing very seriously. We have people who are responsible only for that at this competition, which is good. It's good for the sport to make sure that we're all playing on an even playing field. GG, you are absolutely correct. There's no napping allowed until after the party is done. For those that don't know, after every championship, there's generally a celebration party afterwards. And this one is no different. Should be a good, fun time. And I'm very much looking forward to hanging out, everyone just chilling, having a good time. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Chris Fraser, we are following the WADA standards. Just for my own personal information, I'm going to check anyway, just so I can repeat it to you guys, so you know exactly what we're doing here, and I can get the information right from the source. Looks like we had a little break there. That was not scheduled on my sheet that I'm looking at.
2 minutes.
Kinda wish I had a chance to go and grab a snack. But that's okay. We have another break coming up pretty soon that will be a bit longer. I'll have my chance. It's nice chatting with you guys anyway. Again, if you do have questions, I'm here to answer them. Let me know.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Just got a question on Instagram asking how I'm also doing the countdown and commenting at the same time. The night before we began, I sat down and I recorded the start audio. At the beginning of the week, it was very weird to hear myself talking while also talking to you guys. Now it has become my new white noise. Except when I think about it, then it becomes a little weird.
50 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Top time. Just got the results from Heat 12 in. We have Rodrigo Pichun of Chile, 166 meters, card not added yet. Fernando Roiland of Germany, 107, card not added yet. Marco Massi of Italy, 198, yellow card. Meaning that the dive was completed successfully, but there are some penalties being added. So whatever penalties are added will be, there's a point value associated with them, and they will be removed from his overall score, which will impact his overall standing. But the distance, one penalty. Okay. Thank you. Unhelpful. Rodrigo and Fernando both have white cards, and then Lemay Alvarez of Cuba, 213 meters, white card for the 50-plus division. Ahmed, that's a good question. Why do the judges keep filming? The judges are filming in the event of a challenge. Having footage that they can look back on helps them in their process of deciding if they need to change the results based on a challenge, either brought by an athlete to their initial ruling or from another athlete challenging another athlete's performance. Having that video footage means that they have the ability to look back. Because, you have to remember, they're looking at roughly 30 dives per day. They can't be like, oh, yes, let me think back to when this one diver, because when they all come up, they all look like aliens. When this one diver, who looks like all the other divers, came up and did this one very specific thing, it doesn't really work. So they all record as a part of the rules for the competition. And then we will often sometimes see other athletes walking back and forth with their friends, with their other athletes, recording as well. As that footage can also be added and submitted for review in a challenge. So that's why we see so many people walking back and forth with cameras watching people swim. All right. So Dorkum is up, Noriyuki is up. Aris hitting 200 meters and coming up. Bartosz also up, although I can't see where exactly he came up. You'll also notice that there are two judges when a diver comes up that point at a line. There are measuring tapes all along the pool going in both directions. So depending on where they are, they don't have to do math of how to figure out how far across the pool they are. And then as the diver comes up, you see, ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that, didn't get to the mute button in time. You'll see two judges go down and put their fingers on the line where they saw the athlete come up. And then they both record that distance, and then that time is that distance is averaged between the two of them. can see that there are starting stands in the water there. There are people here whose jobs it is to pull the starting stands out of the way once a diver jumps off of them and begins their dive. Obviously, we don't want to have those in the pool when they come to do a turn, as for very obvious reasons, that is not good. So we have people moving these things back and forth all day. And the services we provide here to these athletes, you know? Noriyuki coming out, being supported by Shoko, who we will see dive later on today. Looking at Eva Hintz, who cornered me in the elevator yesterday and told me that I've been pronouncing her name wrong for the last 2 years. I want to personally apologize to Eva and to all the other athletes that I know I have butchered your names. There's just so many of you, and there's so many little accents and little check marks above letters and stuff. I do my best. I've got the ch from Croatia down now, working on others. I appreciate everyone being so chill about my constant butchering of names. Ahmed, another good question. You ask, what are the pros and cons of making records in a 25-meter and 50-meter pool? So, a 50-meter pool is preferred for the dynamic disciplines with fins. That is because generally walls are a very easy stopping point mentally. When you get to a wall, you're like, oh, I hit this end point. Why should I keep going? I could just stop here. Okay, I'll stop here. In the dynamic disciplines, they become a bit of a challenge mentally to have more walls. Additionally, when you're actually doing turns off of walls with fins, you end up losing some power on that turn. You have to transfer the momentum that you have going into the wall off of the wall again. And that is not very easy. You lose momentum coming off that wall again because kicking off of it is not really a good thing. Again, because we talked about the fin getting stuck onto the wall, the possibility of you losing your fins, jumping out of them. All of those are not good options. So doing fin swimming stuff, or using dynamics with fins, is good in a 50-meter pool because it halves the amount of time that you need to spend turning on the wall. With dynamic, you want to push off of the wall, dynamic no fins, you want to push off of the wall more often because you create a lot of power when you kick off of the wall like that, and you can glide for quite a long time. And if you go back to looking at the first day, the dynamic no fins day, we saw how much power can be generated just by kicking off the wall and gliding. A diver can get roughly 20 meters in some cases, 15 meters, depending on who the athlete is, depending on how many days they do at the gym only doing legs. You can get incredibly far just by kicking off of the wall and pushing off the wall in dynamic no fins before you actually do an arm pull.
20 seconds.
Yes. Chris Razor, exactly right. All right, coming up, heat 14, we have Abdullah Al-Hamad of Kuwait in lane A, Jesper Lordson, Denmark, lane B, Nacho Peral, 55 plus division, lane C, and Gregor Mucha of Poland in lane D, also 55 plus.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
For heat 12, we already talked about heat 12. Still waiting on heat 13 results. You can sort of see that turn there. We want to come to the wall, not too terribly close. If we get too close to the wall, doing the kick off can sometimes cause the fin to scrape along the side, which again will sort of have that same impact of needing to pull off of or creating that suction again from the carbon fiber fin. So we want to be sort of arm's length away from the wall. We want to pull our legs in, and we want to use our one hand to flip us around 180 degrees. And in doing so, once we come off, we can then extend our legs into a dolphin kick. Arms come up above the head. And then we begin the dive again. We're also looking at small little kicks as a preference. We don't really want to see big kicks, especially ones that have a large amplitude. We want to avoid the large amplitude because the water that we are disturbing with our body creates a bit of a vortex around us. If you've ever seen, if you've ever seen, this is very specific, but this shows what my YouTube algorithm shows me. Excuse me, sorry. If you've ever seen them put a pickup truck in a wind tunnel, or a semi-truck in a wind tunnel, and they blow smoke over the front of the truck, the wind will move up and over, sort of creating a little bit of a vortex around, and then back behind, there's also a bit of a space where there is no movement. The air just sort of curls around in circles. That same thing happens to our bodies in the water. As they say, air is a fluid, water is also a fluid. As we move through the water, we disturb water by moving through it with our hands, and that then opens up around us, again with the streamlined position. If we are kicking our knees too far outside of this vortex, our knees move into undisturbed water that has been unbroken, and that creates drag. There we go. We have Gregor up. We also have Jesper up there. So all of that is to say, watch these divers as they are diving, and see if you can notice what their legs are doing. Oftentimes you will see, again, very small movements where they're not moving more than 15 centimeters outside of their torso position in the water. And in doing this, they are still generating power, they are still kicking, but there's no drag, or there's very, very little drag. And that has a big impact. Jordy, it's entirely possible for pushing off the wall in bifins in 25-meter pool could have an advantage. As I always say, every diver is different. If they are not as efficient with a bifin's turn, it's entirely possible that kicking off the wall would be beneficial. If they are very secure in knowing that they will not jump out of their fins, then that is also definitely an option. I know myself personally, I started off doing turns kicking off the wall and had to switch because I lost quite a few fins during competitions in that way. Ultimately, as always, it comes down to each individual diver to decide what works best for them. And I'm not necessarily here to tell you what the right or wrong way is. If you think that kicking off the wall is the best thing for you and you can make it work, amazing. What I do always tell all my coaching clients is to try new things. At the best, you find something new that works even better, and at the worst, you know that that thing does not work for you, you can cross it off your list. So always trying, always playing, you know? Freediving is supposed to be fun. If you're not having fun and you're not playing, I personally believe you are doing freediving wrong. Come at me. Come at me. Bring it. Bring it, internet. Anyway, moving on. We've got Heat 15 coming up. Yay! Everybody wave to the camera. Okay. Really quickly, from Heat 13, I have some results. We have Aris Ioannidis of Greece, 50-plus division, 200 meters on the dot, white card. Bartosz Plonka, Poland, 50-plus division, 196 meters, white card. Noriyuki Yabe of Japan, 157 meters, white card. Potentially a new national record for Japan. Gorkem Babahan of Turkey, 157.89 meters, white card. Pitor, we don't have the results for that heat yet, but as soon as I have them, I will let you know. As I said before, we have people running back and forth, gathering results from the judges on the pool deck, running up to a judge's room where they are all being added and organized into a spreadsheet, which I am then looking at and reporting to you guys. So there is a little bit of a delay in when we get the results versus when the divers end their dives. But we're doing our darndest to get them to you as quickly as possible.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Heat 15, in lane A, we have Fahad Al-Ghosaibi of Saudi Arabia. In lane B, we have Martino Valsan Giacomo of Switzerland. In lane C, we have Vladimir Amsvrosov, competing as a neutral athlete in the 50-plus division. And then we also have Dieter Barrett of Belgium competing in the senior division.
Seconds. 20 seconds. seconds.
At his last comp, Dieter completed a 212-meter dynamic.
3, 2, 1, top time.
And look to see, there he's in lane D, going off the wall now. Looking to see if we can add a little bit more onto that.
Plus 10 seconds.
Which would be pretty freaking sweet.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28.
Evgenia, yeah. For LeMay, we have 213 meters with a white card for Cuba. So we're seeing one big kick here. I believe that is Vladimir. No, I believe that is Dieter. Again, we're always looking to balance that power versus relaxation and oxygen consumption. With things like efficiency, streamline, all of that being determining factors. And again, every diver is different. Some divers prefer, as we saw earlier, to have a quicker pace, as that's just how they operate. Others prefer a slower pace. Others prefer one big movement. Others prefer lots of little small movements. Ultimately, each diver decides what is best for them. For those who are curious what these divers are wearing around their necks and down their backs, we are looking at neck weights. That is pure lead that has been rubberized. Dieter is up. Whoop, keep breathing. Whoop. Okay. Very quickly being supported by one of these safeties. He will be supported by the safety. Airways will stay above the water. And very quickly return. Vladimir is up at roughly 200, almost 25. Maybe 220. Keep breathing, keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay. We're good. Nice recovery. That's a white card for Vladimir. Totally lost my train of thought. If it was important, I'm sure you guys will let me know. I'll carry on where I left off. In the meantime, I have the results from Heat 14. Let's see. So for Heat 14, we have Abdullah Al-Hamad of Kuwait, who did not start. Lane B, Jesper Larsen of Denmark, 249 meters, white card. Nacho Peral of Spain, 55 plus division, 238 meters, white card. Gregor Mucha of Poland, 55 plus division, 210 white card. And then for Bartek had 196 meters, also a white card for 50 plus division. Looking at our underwater photographer there, having a great day. Two more heats until we have about an hour break. Coming up in heat 16, in lane A, we have Wojciech, Musidlowski of Poland. You guys let me know if I was even close to that. Elena, thank you. Yes, neck weights. Okay, I'll get back to that in a second. Lane B, we have Francisco Quesada of Spain. Lane C, we have Dmitry Simentenkin, competing as a neutral athlete. And in lane D, we have Rovija Skoric of Croatia in lane D. We're looking at Rovija now. Okay, neck weights and why we use them. We are seeing neck weights on our athletes, not only sitting around their necks, but also going down their spines a bit. Divers will wear these because they are oftentimes wearing wetsuits, and they're also taking a very, very full breath in. Doing both of those things will make you more positively buoyant, so you'll want to float. This is obviously not a good thing when our whole goal is to try and stay moving ahead. We want to always be putting all of our energy and effort into propulsion forward. If we are positively buoyant or negatively buoyant and we're sinking along the bottom of the pool, we need to take energy, lower that a little bit. We need to use some energy in order to keep ourselves either down in the water column or above the floor. That energy could be used being pushing us forward. So as a result, divers will wear neck weights. They will spend a lot of time getting this weighting correct. This is not something that you just sort of decide on the day, well, I'm going to wear 2.5 kilograms. This is something that you dedicate a day or more to. Not only when you begin, but also when you go to a new pool, when you go to a new location, every couple of months, if not more often. Spend some time checking your weighting. If you get your weighting perfect, you will see an incredible difference. A lot of the divers here are wearing lobster neck weights. It's a really great modular system that comes with a bunch of different sized weights in different gram categories. You can see a lot of divers wearing that red lobster weight that they are known for. So anyway, those are the things around the divers' necks that we're seeing. Also, something interesting to remember with weighting is that how deep of a breath you take also impacts your weighting. If you take a more full breath in, you become more positively buoyant. So if you've done your weighting, but you've never taken a full breath, or your lungs aren't entirely full, then the first time you actually do take a full breath, your weighting will be off. And as such, you'll need to spend some time doing it again.
3, 2, 1, top time.
We've learned that from mistakes as well. One of my first comps, as we were doing the countdown, I immediately decided, actually, I'm going to try and do a few more packs than what I usually do. And even just adding a few more packs really messed with my weighting. So it's important to come in with a game plan, knowing this is what my weighting is, this is what my breath hold plan is, and stick with it. All athletes are off the wall at 50 meters. Francisco passing the 75-meter mark, followed by Wojciech. Coming up on 200 meters now. Crevier is up. I believe at around 180. Looks like Francisco is also opting to use bifins for this discipline. Coming up on 250 for both Dimitri and Wojciech. Okay. Francisco is up at 250. Dimitri is up, keeping his airways above the water, having a little bit of an LMC, but recovering. Wojciech also up. So that is, I believe, 251 for Wojciech and maybe 256 for Dimitri. Okay, from the previous heat, Heat 15, we have Fahad Saibi of Saudi Arabia, did not start. Martino Valles Giacomo of Switzerland, 206, white card. Vladimir Armzov, excuse me. Not sure what I was looking at there. Competing as a neutral athlete in the 50-plus division, 221 white card. And Dieter Brett of Belgium, 215 red card due to blackout. We have one more heat until I get a little break, very selfishly. Heat 17. The athletes are as follows. Lane A, Robert Groszeta, Slovenia. We have Enis Kadimagic of Croatia. Lane B, Klaus Kasten of Germany. Lane C, Alexander Zaikin, competing as a neutral athlete in Lane D.
Last 3 minutes.
Please do feel free to spam your support for our athletes in the chat. As I've said a few times now, they do enjoy coming to watch their dives afterwards. It's always nice, I think, for them to see all of your guys' love and support. Seconds. 20 seconds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gaddafi, we're still waiting on the results for Wojciech. As soon as I have them, you will be the first to know. For Gregors, we have 210 meters white card. And for Bartek, 197 white card. Remember, these results are unofficial. They are pending review by the judges. Jules Forrest did 181 meters, also a white card. All these results, once official, will be available on the CMAS Facebook page and also on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account. Okay, who are we looking at here? Either Ines or Klaus. Both at roughly the same distance, heading towards 225 now. And there we see Klaus. Ines is up at 225. Klaus is up at 250. Alexander also up at around, I believe, 210. 250 for Klaus. Still waiting on the results for Heat 16. So I do not have the results for Wojciech or Crovier, Francisco, or Dimitri yet. Okay. Donat Crovier, we don't know yet, and Buddha. Budimir did 157 meters, white card. I'm going to go take a quick break. I'll be back in roughly 30 minutes. Our next official top is in 1 hour. So in the meantime, we will be showing an interview that you will not be able to hear. And they'll probably also show some repeats from earlier during today. Again, we are using a lot of the footage. We're sharing the same cameras as the TV crew that is broadcasting locally in Kuwait. And as such, we do not have the ability to actually give you the audio for that interview in Arabic, but you will be able to see some of the dives that they show, highlights of, and all of that in between. My name is Brandon. I'm a freediving instructor, breath training coach, and I'm here in Kuwait. And I will be back in a little bit where we will continue on with the men's dynamic part 2. Talk to you soon. Bye.
check. Oh, 好醉。90. fighting with the judge, and he was like, I was like, what is fucking control? He was like, yeah. After he said he was not angry anymore, so he relaxed.
Last 3 minutes. One minute and 30 seconds.
Hello. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully you can. My name is Brandon. I'm a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and I'm here at the CMAS Pool World Freediving Championship in Kuwait. We are getting ready after our break here to start off with Heat 18. In Lane A, we're here looking at Mikhail Bryantsiev competing as a neutral athlete. In Lane B, we have Alexander Maximov also competing as a neutral athlete. In Lane C, we have Boris Milosic of Croatia. And then in Lane D, we have Karol Karch of Poland.
30 seconds.
Some heavy hitters here. Looking forward to seeing this group go and kick us off. A few questions in the chat that I will quickly go through. First one is, what are the results from Heat 9? We have Michael Borner of Germany, 135, excuse me, 135 meters white card. Angelo did not start. Mohamed Ramzi Larard of Algeria, 79 meters white card, and Wolf Hiltzenzauer of Austria, competing in the 50-plus division, 186 meters white card. Adam asks how many countries are taking part. We have, I believe, 39 countries that are competing, with representatives from 44. Marco Massi, let's see, which heat was he in? Marco. Yes, Marco with the penalty. Completed a dive of 198 meters. Was given a penalty. Again, these results are pending review by the judges. I offhand don't know what exactly the penalty is for. I did not have a chance to check that during the break. But as I said before, these results are pending review by the judges. They are not official yet. They will be released later on, before we have our award ceremony a little bit later today. Hey fam, good to see you all. Best performance at the moment. Jesper Lordson of Denmark has 2:49. We have Wojciech Musildowski of Poland with 2:50. We have Francisco Quesada of Spain, 2:50. Let's see. Klaus Kasten, also 2:50. So 2:50 is I believe, the most we have seen so far. Looks like it. Excellent. Excellent. Yes, we were missing some results from Heat 16, which I do have now. Let's quickly check in with the athletes here, coming up on 150 meters. Coming off the wall is Boris. We have Alexander up, I believe, 2:25. I hear strong breathing. I do not see where it is happening. Looks like Mikhail is over there in lane A. And we also have Carol going for 2:50. As we've said before, Carol is one of the slower divers, but also, as we've said, speed in this discipline does not matter. It's all about the total distance that you realize. Carol turning off the wall and continuing towards 300. Carol up at roughly 2:60. We have Boris up behind him. Looking good. Carroll, white card. Okay. Very nice. Beautifully done. All right. So, looking at results from Heat 16, we have Wojciech Usuldowski of Poland, 250, white card. Francisco Quesada, Spain, 250, white card, set with bifins, I believe. Not that that matters in terms of his standing within this discipline, but definitely impressive all the same. Dmitry Smetankin, competing as a neutral athlete, 241, white card, and Rovije Skoricic, Croatia, 115 meters, red card, unfortunately due to surface protocol. Then Heat 17, the heat that we had right before the break. We have Robert Groseta of Slovenia, 203, white card, Enes Cermagic of Croatia, 225, white card, Klaus Kasten of Germany, 250, white card, and Alexander Zaikin, competing as a neutral athlete, 214 meters, also a white card. Okay.
Last 3 minutes.
We are moving right along into Heat 19 out of 33 total today. We're doing the men first, and we'll finish up with the women later. Heat 19, Lane A, we have Michal Bornczak of Poland. We have Romain Hinefray of France in Lane B. Lane C, we have Vanya Pels of Croatia, and in Lane D, we have Paola Fontana of Italy in Lane D. Michal has a personal best of 250 meters in dynamic. He is here to do his best, and hopefully we will see a little bit of a bump in that personal best as well. Most recently at the Polish National Indoor Championships, he did 227 meters in this discipline. Romain, most recently in his most previous comp, did 250 meters dynamic at the Brest Championship in France. In his normal job, Romain is a cyber defense engineer.
1 minute.
So for those who are asking about the anti-doping procedures that we have here in Kuwait, we are indeed following the WADA guidelines. Athletes that get first place or are randomly selected will be approached by one of the doping agents who are here. They will be asked to pee in a cup. We are not taking blood samples here. We are only taking urine samples. All of their information is kept confidential and is then sent off to be tested. Athletes also get complete access to
tracking their sample along the way. But that is what we were doing to... thank you. That is what we are doing to work and keep our athletes honest and happy and healthy.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Sorry, I was just given a delicious date that I could not refuse. All right, so athletes coming up on 100 meters now. Romain on his way to 125. Seeing two big kicks and then a glide, two big kicks and then a glide. Seeing some glare. Seeing back to the glide. There we go. Please do feel free to spam your chat for your support. Jesus. Spam your support for our athletes in the chat. There we go. It's been a long comp. Doing a lot of talking. Coming up at 200 meters is Romain. Something that we haven't really talked about very much in this competition is the fact that these athletes, their legs are burning. They're building up an incredible amount of lactic acid that is not being released from the body. It's just being sat in their legs because they have no way to off-gas it. Okay, 250. Done. Romain is up. Keep breathing. Vanya is coming up at 275. A little bit less. Looking good. Beautifully done for Romain. Beautifully done. Divers are all over the place, so I'm having a bit of a hard time keeping track of where everybody is. Looks like Paolo did roughly 160, maybe 170. Sorry, excuse me, 260. As always, though, the results are coming to me as unofficial results. They're all pending review by the judges after the discipline is done for today. So what I'm reading off on my sheet in this commentary is preliminary based on the first viewing of the results. From the last heat, Heat 18, we have Mikhail Brenstev competing as a neutral athlete at 250 meters. Alexander Maximov, also neutral athlete, 223, white card for both. Boris Milosic of Croatia, 241, white card. Karol Karch of Poland, 262, white card. Okay.
Last 3 minutes.
As today is the last day, we see a great many athletes here. We see a great many VIPs here showing their support for their team, for their friends they've met here. Just sort of celebrating the end of the competition. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me now? Is that any better?
2 minutes.
Test, test, test. 1, 2. It's your boy coming at you live from Kuwait. Alessandro, we are still waiting for the results from that last heat.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Generally, it takes about 10 minutes for the results to come in. Again, those unofficial results. Excellent. Excellent. Would love to hear where you guys are tuning in from,
1 minute.
where you're at, what you're doing. Are you watching while you're at work when you shouldn't be watching? Are you studying? Let me know in the chat. Okay. Heat number 20. Lane A, we have Vivian Richard of France. In lane B, we have Ruexiang Xu of Chinese Taipei. In lane C, we have Oliver Elu of France. In lane D, we have Goran Cholak of Croatia, the new world record holder in bifins. Set that record 2 days ago. Currently now 292 meters.
Plus 20 seconds.
Excellent. Look at all of these French human beings not working. Love it. Love to see it. Seeing big single kicks and then long glides in between. Using as much of that glide as you can to try and not work. Ultimately, these dynamic disciplines come down to trying to be as lazy as you can. I'm sure many would disagree with that characterization, but ultimately, yeah, we want to try and do as little work as possible and get the most out of each movement. So it's efficient. I suppose it's not lazy. "100 meters done and dusted." Passing. Whoop. So we have Vivian Richard up roughly around 120. Giving a little bit of a frustrated push there. Coming off the wall at 150 is Oliver and Goran. Joseph also going. $200 and off. Joseph coming up now at roughly 215. Goran and Oliver still going. Oliver has maybe slightly sped up. Goran also looking to be moving a little bit more quickly. Oliver crossing the 275 meter mark now and coming up roughly 277. A little bit blue in the lips, but keeping the head up. Goran continuing on past 275. Coming up on 300. Up at 300. Strong performance from Goran. Looking okay. And White card for Goran. Beautiful dives. Yes, still waiting for the results from Heat 19. There we see Oliver. Sorry, there we see Jacob. We are on the last heat for the men. Then we have roughly a 15 to 20 minute break. And then we start up with the ladies. Should be a good time. We have roughly, of the total heats today, 33 total. 21 have been for men. The rest will be for women. Here we see our underwater cameraman taking a little bit of a nap. Spent a lot of time underwater the last few days. We're all pretty exhausted here. It's been a long comp, a lot of long nights. We are ready for that after party.
1 minute and 3 seconds.
Coming up, final heat for the men. Starting in lane A, we have Mauro Generali of Italy. Lane B, we have Ming Jin of China, William Joy. Lane C, we have Guillaume Bordila of France. In lane D, we have the world record holder, Matt Molina of Poland.
1 minute.
Johan, it's entirely possible that we could see a new world record. Would be very, very cool. All these gentlemen are record holders for their own countries. A lot of
20 seconds.
potential here. are off.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Beautiful turn there off the wall. I believe that was Guillaume. We have William crossing the 125-meter mark now. Followed by Mauro. William crossing 175. Guillaume and Matt hitting 150. Mauro 175. Yes, such a smooth turn. At this level, these athletes practice everything until perfection. And again, as we've said, every place where you can, you want to be trying to conserve and save with efficiency, saving oxygen, saving relaxation. Yes, at this level, we are seeing a masterclass of what these disciplines and techniques should look like. Coming off the wall at 250 is William Joy. William coming up at 275. Sped up a little bit towards the end. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay. Good. Mauro passing 275 now. Mauro up at 300. Guillaume turning at 300 off the wall. Coming up at around 307, we'll say. Not quite sure where Matt is. looks like it will be Guillaume taking first at this World Championship with somewhere around 3:02, 3:03. Matt, I believe, is over on the other side of the pool at 200 on the 250 meter side. Looks like some of his team is going over there now. It's difficult to tell. I'm sort of in a little bit of a closed off cubby hole, so I can't see the pool, the edge of the pool very well. Yes, there we see Matt. Okay, the results from Heat 19 are finally coming in. Finally. So I'll get answers for you guys in a moment. So we have from Heat 19, Michal Bornczek of Poland, 250, white card. Romain Hinefre of France, 256, white card. Vanya Pels of Croatia, 276, white card. And Paolo Fontana of Italy, 270. My apologies, the cards are not officially in yet. Okay, those last four were all white cards. Okay, from Heat 20, we have Vivian Richard, France, 119, white card. We have Hue Sheng Shu of Chinese Taipei, 211, white card. We have Oliver Liu of France, 277, waiting on the results of the card there. We have Goran Cholak of Croatia, 299, white card. Oliver, also a white card. Now we will wait for the results from that final heat. We'll go take a quick break. Please do feel free to go and grab some popcorn, go and grab some snacks, grab something to drink. Maybe get a little bit of work done if you are supposed to be at work. And then we'll be back in roughly 15 minutes for the start of the women's dynamic discipline. As a reminder, all of these results that I am noting here are pending review by the judges. These results are not official yet. They will be released a little bit later today, right before we give out the awards. See you, Zeph. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out.
3 minutes. Two minutes.
Hello and welcome back.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
My name is Brandon. I am a freediving instructor and a breath training coach, and I am here at the CMAS Pool Freediving World Championships in Kuwait, where we are moving on to our last groups of the day, our last heats of the day. From the previous, when we just left off, we did not have official results for what the top three in our last heat was. From the last heat, we had, we had William Joy of China, 225 meters white card. We had Matt Molina of Poland, 251 meters, white card. We had Mauro Generali, 300 meters, white card. And then we had Guillaume Bourdila of France, 306, white card, and I believe a new national record for France as well. Coming up in this first heat for the ladies, we have Salma Shaker of Saudi Arabia. We have in lane B, Miriam Al-Qatan of Kuwait. Lane C, we have Aliyah Al-Salem, also of Kuwait. And in lane D, Mai Abdur Al-Badr, also of Kuwait, competing in the 55 plus division.
Plus 10 seconds.
That noise doesn't sound very good.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25.
Okay.
26,
We do see some of our athletes using bifins.
29,
This, as we've said before, is totally okay. Oh yeah, look at that glare. As we said before, this is totally okay. Divers are allowed to use bifins if they so choose. Sometimes divers just don't have a monofin. Other times they are more comfortable with bifins than with a monofin. And in this discipline, the dynamic discipline, you are allowed to use either one. This is different from the... Oops, excuse me. Man, I'm still getting over this cold thing. This is different from the bifins discipline, where the only thing you are allowed to wear is bifins. In the dynamic discipline existed prior to the bifins discipline being its own thing. And so, because of that, in dynamic you could either use bifins or a monofin to set national or world records. But the bifins discipline is a bit more new, and we were able to add it as an actual discipline. Okay, we are looking at, I believe, Aliyah coming up on 100 meters. No, sorry. Heading towards 125. He is up. Strong recovery breaths. Keep breathing, keep breathing. There we go. Looking good. And that's a white card for Aliyah. That will be a new national record for Kuwait. Very nicely done. Next athletes are getting ready. Let me shuffle some notes around quickly here. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay. Heat 24. Excuse me, 23. We have Sheikha Bouraki of Kuwait. We have Zainab Al-Wazan of Kuwait as well in lane B. We have Samira Kalmaford Kamalafard of Iran in lane C. In lane D, we have Sabine Mans Romero of Ecuador competing for the junior division. As I've said a few times now, we do have to wait for the results to come in from the pool deck. So as they do come in, I will let you know what the previous heats times were, or distances were. But until then, I will have to ask for your patience in getting those answers to you.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds.
Off with a bang, we have
26,
Sheikha
27, 28, 29.
flying across the pool. 50 meters already completed. Coming up on 75. Sheikha up at around 90 meters. I believe someone came up in either lane C or lane D at the 50-meter mark. Samira crossing the 75-meter mark now. Zainab up at around 85. Samira off the wall. Samira up at around 126, 127. Whoop, we see Airways dipping. Sabine up at around 150. Sabine is here competing in the junior category for Ecuador. Offhand, I don't know what the record is. The national record for Ecuador in juniors is. What I do know is that if you go and follow the national associations and federations on Instagram or on Facebook, you'll probably be able to get all the accurate, up-to-date information of what the new national records are and what disciplines, as we have set quite a few here this week. Airways dipping is not allowed because it's against the rules. From a safety perspective, it's dangerous. And from just the what constitutes a clean dive, airways dipping is not clean. And so that if your airways do dip, you get a red card. William Joy's results. 225 meters, white card. You're welcome, Alessandro. Up next, Heat 24, we have Fatima Saderi of Iran. Lane B, we have Eva Hintz of Germany, 55-plus category. Lane C, we have Miriam Aleri. Yes, Aleri of Saudi Arabia, and lane D, Irini Anna Langonika of Greece. Still waiting on the results from Heat 22.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Good to have you, Lars.
30 seconds.
Yes, Janet, I can talk about the turns. Turns are one of the places where you can lose a lot of momentum on your dive. From a mental standpoint, it is, in a lot of times, seen as sort of a easy ending spot. So mentally, it's quite easy to see the wall and be like, oh, okay, and my dive is done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
The turns themselves, excuse me,
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds.
whew, sorry, this cough is
Plus 25, 26,
really getting me.
27, 28.
Those asking about William, yeah, 225 is his distance, and that is pending review by the judges. Should be a white card. I didn't see anything wrong with it. But all the results are unofficial. So 225 for William. Turns are a place that a lot of people don't actually spend much time on, but is a place where you can actually get a lot of extra movement and efficiency out of. Generally, what you want to do is leave one arm out in front of you. As your hand touches the wall, you want to either want to sort of flick your wrist to help you turn around 180 degrees and do a kick with your legs. Here we see Eva up at around either 90 or 110. Okay, divers coming up. Okay, I think everyone is up now. Still waiting on the results from that first heat. You want to try and transfer that energy as much as you can without coming to a hard stop. If you scroll back a little bit to the men's last heat, Heat 21, we have a really good shot of Guillaume doing a turn in the monofin. It's pretty difficult for me to explain how to do one without also waving my hands around. And at this point, I'm a little tired. and my mind is, I think, struggling a little bit to formulate it myself in my own mind to explain it to you guys. But suffice to say that a little bit later we will see some beautiful turns that we can sort of, I'll point out to you guys of like what is important about it or what is really good about it. Oh yay, today's photo day.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Just trying to get some results moving for you guys. Still waiting. Up next, Heat 24. Sorry, excuse me, Heat 25. Moving right along. We have in lane A, Amel Al-Shekel, competing in the 55 plus category for Saudi Arabia. We have Carol Carrasco of Chile in lane B, Lujian Al-Hamadi of Saudi Arabia in lane C, and Adasu Ramazanoglu of Turkey in lane D, competing in the junior category. Carol holds the national record for dynamic for Chile, set at 187 meters at the Pan American Championship in 2022.
Plus 10 seconds.
Again, divers have up to 30 seconds to begin their dives after the top time.
Plus 20 seconds.
So if you see athletes waiting before they start, that is why.
27, 28, 29, 30.
We see Adasu flying ahead. Already coming up to 50 meters. And there she goes. Again, seeing the big movements that we usually see quite often in fin swimming. Again, in dynamic, we do want to try and reduce the movement outside of that disturbed water area around the body, that vortex that I was talking about earlier. If we can stay within that vortex, we don't create any new drag on the body. And as such, we have an easier time gliding, we have an easier time moving through the water. Dasu passing 125. And there we see Carol. Do a bit more smaller movements. Dasu is up. Amel also up in lane A at around 130. Carol still going. $150 for Carol. Again, her national record set at 187 for Chile. Passing 175. Carol at the wall, doing a turn. Coming off and coming up. Around 210. Recovering. Looking good. So that is a new national record for Chile. Also, I believe a new national record for Saudi Arabia in the 55-plus division. Okay. We're finally getting some results from the first few heats. We have from Heat 22, Salma Shaker of Saudi Arabia did not start. Aliyah Al-Salem of Kuwait, 125, white card. Sorry, please hold. They're putting in all of the numbers first and then putting in the cards. Okay. From the first heat of the women, we have Aliyah Al-Salem of Kuwait, 125, white card. We have Mai Albder, 109, white card. We have Sheikha Baraki of Kuwait, 92, white card. We have Zainab Al-Wazan of Kuwait, 89 meters, white card. We have Samira Kalmafard of Iran, 128, white card due to airway dip. Sabine Manz Romero of Ecuador, juniors, 150, white card.
20 seconds.
Fatemeh Saderi of Iran, 97 meters, yellow card. Eva Heinz, of Germany, 55 plus division, 89 meters, white card. Mariam Alerwi of Saudi Arabia, 114, white card. Erini Anna Langonika of Greece, 113 meters, yellow card. Waiting on the results from Heat 25 now.
Plus 20 seconds.
And we have started Heat 26, which has in lane A, Rawaida Alerwi. Interesting. Of Saudi Arabia. In lane A, we have Minja Kostic of Serbia. In lane B, Ute Weinrich of Germany, competing in the 60-plus division. In lane C, and Lucy Budinova of the Czech Republic in lane D. From the last heat, we have Amel Al-Shekel of Saudi Arabia, 128 meters. White card. Carol Carrasco of Chile, 206 white card and a new national record. We have Rujan Almadi of Saudi Arabia, 100 meters white card, and Adasu Ramazanoglu, of Turkey in the junior category, 140 meters white card. Whoop. Let's see, who are we looking at there? I cannot see. That may be Lucy. There's a pillar sat right in the way. Looks like that might be Minja. That is Lucy right there. That is not Lucy. That is a diver in the warm-up lane. There's Minja laughing. One of the things with having an LMC or a blackout like that is that it usually looks pretty traumatizing. But actually, when an athlete has a blackout, it's usually very, very peaceful for them. It's sort of like just falling asleep and going into a dreamland. That's why, oftentimes when you see someone have a little bit of an LMC or a blackout, they come back and they start smiling right away. Because it actually feels pretty nice, to be honest. Obviously, people who are observing the LMC feel very differently about it. It looks fairly traumatizing. It looks a little scary because there's a lot of weird jerking around. The eyes look a little weird. But ultimately, it's more traumatizing for us than it is for them.
Last 3 minutes.
Up next, Heat 27.
2 minutes.
Starting in 2 minutes' time, we have Anna Liadou of Greece. In lane A, we have Birgit Westman of Germany in the 55 plus category in lane 2. We have Joanna Hofer of Austria in lane C, and Melinda Bajai of Hungary in lane D.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
There we see Melly getting ready. We don't usually see it, but the divers usually have to sit in the water for between 3 and 5 minutes before their official top time. In that time, what divers think about is different. Some divers like to visualize the dive itself. Other divers prefer to have more of a relaxation approach, doing a body scan, trying to relax the body completely. Others think of their loved ones, envisioning giving them a hug and allowing them to become a ball of light and love that enters their body that they take with them on this dive, in this adventure. Everyone is different, but the biggest thing that you want to try and do during this time is stay relaxed and stay calm.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
You see Birgit doing some packing there, adding extra air into her lungs.
10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay, Joanna is up at around 75 meters. Oh, nope, sorry. That is somebody in the warm-up lane. Joanna is still down. Oh, that's Youngju. Jace in the warm-up lane. We'll see her diving very shortly. .100 meters off the wall is Birgit in lane B. Soren, that's a good question. Oldest competitor here, I believe, is Ute, who is 61. Birgit up at around 130. Joanna still going, passing the 125 meter mark. Melly also still going. Coming off the wall is Melly. Moving towards the 200 meter mark. Joanna up at 150. Melly crossing 175. And Melly is up now too. Anna up at around 155. All right, nice job. As mentioned before, we do have different categories for each athlete, or for each discipline, excuse me. So we do have, based on age. So we have the 16 17 juniors, although I do believe we have gone, we do have a 14-year-old athlete here as well. The senior category is 18 through 49. Masters 50 through 54, Masters 55 through 59, Masters 60 through 64, Masters 65 through 69, Masters 70, and so on and so forth. And each one of those categories has national and world records. National records maintained by the National Federation, world records maintained by CMAS itself.
Last 3 minutes.
Melly's just down in front of me taking some photos. Big smile on her face. Okay, Next heat. Heat 28. We have Toprak of Turkey competing in the junior category. Alia Akar of Turkey also competing in the junior category. Mari Evitsyan of Armenia in lane C competing in the senior category. And Josephine Fischer of Germany also in the senior category. Coming up now.
Seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay. I don't understand why everybody has to stop right in my blind spots. Okay, I believe... Okay, I think Aaliyah is up. Toprak is still going, as well as Mari. Mari's up at 126. Josephine still going. Toprak is up 126. Josephine at 150. Yes, I believe Josephine is up at 150. Oh, nope, she's still going. $175. Current world record for women set by Mirela Kardasevic of Croatia at 275. .200 meters in a turn for Josephine. 225, 226 for Josephine. Big smile on her face, lips a little blue, but looking really good. .226, I believe it will be. Current record for Germany was set by Heike Schwartner at 2:10, so this is a new national record for Germany. Beautifully done. Making it look quite easy when it is definitely not. Okay, so we have some results from Heat 26. Minja Kostic, 149, red card due to blackout, unfortunately. Ute and Raida were both DNS, and Lucy Budinova of the Czech Republic, 148, white card. Also, Heat 27. We have Anna Liadou of Greece, 154, white card. Birgit Weissman, competing in the 55-plus category, 129, white card. Joanna Hofer, Austria, 150, white card. Meli Bajai of Hungary, 179, white card. Coming up now, we're looking at Annie Højgaard in Lane A from Denmark. Lane B, we will have Feiruz El Medawi of Greece. Lane C, we have Natasha Lessie of Switzerland. And Lane D, Gaye Brosa of France. Annie's personal best in monofin is 155. We have Feiruz, who holds the national record. Not only records in pool, but also in depth. I believe she set a new national record earlier in this comp for dynamic bifins. She also holds the record for constant weight bifins, which is diving deep instead of diving distance at 70 meters. Holds constant weight, 72 meters, and free immersion also at 72 meters. If I recall, those were all set in Cyprus 2 years ago.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Natasha in lane C is the current national record holder in, I believe, almost all disciplines in the pool. Although she does not currently have dynamic yet. So let's hope that she can grab that one today as well and complete the whole set. And then finally, Gaia, we have a personal best of 162. for her. We have Natasha crossing the 75-meter mark now, followed by Feiruz and Gaye and Annie. I believe we're seeing Feiruz using bifins there. Natasha is up at around 135. Looking a little pale, but otherwise good. Color coming back to her face now. Gaye crossing the 175-meter mark. Annie is up at around 135. No, sorry, 165. Gaye is up at 185 maybe. Feiruz still going, crossing the 175-meter mark. Gaye giving a little bit of a dance there. Feiruz up at around 185. Very nicely done. And that's a white card for Feiruz as well. Beautifully done. Offhand, I don't have the national record for Greece, so I don't know if that was a national record. But as I've been saying this whole time, I hope they are, because I love seeing records broken. Noticing Feiruz's lips a little blue still. That is called cyanosis, where the... Oop, hang on, cough for a second. Sorry, I'm back. Cyanosis occurs when the blood is low on oxygen. And so we see the lips turn blue, we see the skin turn pale. It's just a sign of where a diver sort of is in their breath hold as they get closer and closer to running out of enough oxygen to keep the body conscious. For everybody, or for different people, some people have a very strong cyanosis effect, while others do not. I have plenty of friends who they will get blue in the lips like a minute into their dive, and then they continue to hold their breath for like 3 or 4 minutes. Other friends of mine do not get blue at all. I don't get blue at all unless I'm really, really, really to like the very edge. And even then, it's a gentle blue. What's most important is when you are diving with your buddies to know what signs that your buddies have. And that requires talking with them, asking them, and also knowing yourself what sort of signs and symptoms of hypoxia you give off. And just to let your buddies know so they can help you stay safe.
2 minutes.
Up next, Heat 30, we have Isabel Sanchez-Saran of Spain. We have in lane B, Natasha Boskovic
30 seconds.
of Serbia, completing the 55-plus division. We have Valentina Kafoya, of Croatia in lane C, and Olivia Kitang of China in lane D.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Okay. Where are those Spanish records again?
4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
The current record for dynamic set by women is Almudena Cavallo,
Plus 10 seconds.
who placed it last year in Belgrade during last year's World Championship. Record set at 250 meters.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
All divers coming off the line at 100. $125 for Natasha. Nice turn there by Valentina. Valentina is up. Keep breathing, Valentina. There we go. We also have Natasha up. I believe around 175. Isabel still going. Isabel crossing the 175-meter mark now. Do see a nice bifitting technique here. Whoop. She's giving the surface protocol in the wrong direction. We'll see if she can turn it around. She does need to turn around and give the surface protocol to the judges. Okay, there we go. Okay, we do have a white card. Very nice job, Isabel. The diver does have 15 seconds to give the surface protocol in the direction of the judges. And it looks like she did that just in time. We do have results from Heat 28. All the way back when we had Toprak of Turkey in the junior category do 126, white card. Alia Akar, also of Turkey, also in the juniors, 104, white card. We had Mari Avetsyan, of Armenia, 126, white card, and I believe that's a new national record for Armenia. We also had Josephine Fischer of Germany do 225 meters, white card. And that's a new national record for Germany as well. Valentina, who we just saw dive moments ago, fun fact, holds a world record for diving under ice. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but that is a record that she does possess. We see Jace Lee waving to the cameras. Results from Heat 29 coming in now. We have Annie Højgaard of Denmark, 166 white card. Feiruz El Medawi of Greece, 188 white card. We have Natasha Lessie of Switzerland, 135 white card. And then Gaye Braus of France, 183, also a white card. We love to see the white cards here. We love to see it. Heat 31. Starting now, we have Bilgi Jinjijirai of Turkey. In lane A, lane B, we have Shoko Kobayashi of Japan. Lane C, we have Youngju Jace Lee of Korea. In lane D, we have Gemma Villa Catala of Spain. Bilgi's personal best in dynamic is 200 meters. Shoko's is 184. $200 for Jace.
3 seconds.
And I unfortunately have no information about Gemma. We're getting up there pretty high now.
20 seconds.
Current record for Japan is set at 200 by Miyako Ishida.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And 183 currently, I believe, set by Jace for Korea. Yeah.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Ah, Mai, good to see you. Welcome to the live stream. Looks like there may have been an issue with Bilgi. I believe she came off the wall, but did not continue. Jay's coming off at 100. Looking at Gemma here, I believe. Actually, no, I think we're looking at Shoko there. Jay's coming off the wall at 150. Gemma crossing 125. Jay's crossing 175. Jace is up. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Don't let the airways dip. Oh. I think we're okay for Jace. Shoko is up at around 165. Looking okay. Gemma still going. Crossing the 175 meter mark now. Hey, Lena. They do not get a second chance if they miss their start. They get one chance, and that is it. So if you jump out of your fins as you kick off the wall, and you stop, then that is it. Or if you didn't take a good final breath, unfortunately, that was the one you got. Gemma coming up on 200. And a turn. Gemma is up. Also facing the wrong way. Hopefully keep the airways up. Turning around to face the judges. Good. Within the 15 seconds. And a white card. So almost 225, maybe looking at 216, 217. Again, current record for Spain set at 250. But still a fantastic showing by Gemma. Very nicely done. Two more heats to go today. Two more heats until the end of the competition. Agreed. Agreed. If you guys have any questions, please do feel free to post them in the chat. We have a little bit longer, so if you do have any burning questions about freediving, either depth or pool or static or whatever, let me know. So I've got lots of answers. And if I don't, I can quickly get an answer for you. Still waiting on some results from Heat 30. Coming up, Heat 32, we have Inatea Penilla-Marere of France in lane A. We have Vita Kresmer of Slovenia in lane B. Lane C, we have Natalia Domashenko of Serbia. In lane D, we have Heike Schwartner of Germany. Good to see you still here, Tati. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. And I have to say, I very much appreciate your love and support of all the athletes that we've had during this comp. Always nice to see. Athletes love it too. Please feel free to blast the chat with spam about how much you love and appreciate these divers. Love to see it. And I do too. Vita Krusmer in lane B, excuse me, currently holds the national record for Slovenia at 200 meters.
20 seconds.
Ruski Hinatea getting ready.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26,
Okay.
27, 28, 29.
All divers are off the wall. Pool is indeed still a toasty 27, Bevan. I believe we're at 27.3 at the moment. So getting in warmer and warmer by the day. All right. From Heat 30, we have some results. We have Isabela Sanchez Aran of Spain, 190. We'll wait for the white cards for the card designation to come in. Isabella, white card. Natasha Boskovic of Serbia, 55 plus category, 177, white card. Valentina Kafoya of Croatia, 166, white card. Kitang Olivia of China, 150, white card. We also have Heat 31 results. Bilgi did not start. Shoko Kobayashi of Japan, 165, white card. Youngju Jace Lee of Korea, 187, white card, which I believe is what her current record is set at. So tying the national record is pretty sweet. Gemma Catala of Spain, 217, white card. Natalia crossing the 175 meter mark. Now is Heike, the previous German record holder. Whoa. We have some divers coming up. We have Vita Kressmer up in lane B. Looking a little shaky, but okay. Natalia, they're in lane C. Heike still going. Looking like Heike is up now at roughly 210, 15. Inatea is still moving, heading towards the 225 meter mark now. Oh, and she's up, nice and high. Nice strong recovery breaths. Giving good service protocol to the judges. Coming up at around 220. Yes, in CMAS, you are allowed to keep all your facial equipment on. You do not have to say, I'm okay. You just have to give the okay sign to the judges. Very nicely done, T. Beautiful job. Okay. With that, we are on to the final heat. Benji, I'm so jealous. So happy to be of assistance and cover the action for you guys. It's my pleasure. It's now my turn to find the Dragon Blue swim cap as well. I was told it's a very common thing to find in stores in Europe, but only if you go into the kids section, which I find ridiculous. Why can't adults wear awesome Dragon swim caps? It makes no sense to me. Why must we become adults and not have fun? You know? You know? Right? Anyway. We are on to the final heat of the day. We have in lane A, sorry, just watching that very clean surface protocol from T. Making it look easy, by the way. This is very much not easy. Okay, Livia Rosagogno in Italy, or in lane A from Italy. Lane B, Almudena, Cavallo Blanco of Spain in lane B. Lane C, Julia Kozerska of Poland. In lane D, Magdalena Solchalanda, also of Poland. Magdalena holds the current national record for dynamic, although I do not have the exact number at what it sits. But I do know that she has a personal best of 277 meters. So we'll see what we can manage today. There is potential here to see a new world record set. It would indeed be sweet. That is the technical term. Yes, let's start the Dragon Blue Cap squad. Hashtag Dragon Blue Cap. Let's start making that happen. it's very important to me that we make that happen. Let's spam that chat, wave those flags, show your support for your favorite athlete
30 seconds.
as we get ready for this final heat to begin.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Big packs from Magda.
Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
Almudena is off the wall.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
As we get to the wall, look for the turn. Nice and smooth. Giving a strong kick off that first turn to build up that momentum and speed again. Okay, 100 meters, and we are turning. Notice how nicely weighted, I believe that is Livia is. When she stops moving, she just stays at the exact same height the entire time, not having to move up or down at all. Again, as we've said before, all of that power being generated is being put into forward momentum, nothing going up or down. Yulia crossing the 125 meter mark. Magdalena crossing the 175 meter mark. We know this though. Julia's usually on the slower side, but as we've also talked about, that has nothing to do with this discipline. It's all about the total distance. And depending on your relaxation, your comfort, some people go faster or slower than others. I believe we're seeing Magdalena switching to using an arm pull as well. Trying to conserve energy in her legs. Trying to recruit a different muscle group. 225. As we said before, the legs do get incredibly lactic to the point where technique tends to break down. Beautiful kicking from Almu. Magdalena's off the wall at 250. Magdalena is up at around 285 about. Julia has also now switched to using an arm pull as well. A kick and an arm pull at the same time. Livia is up at 250. Julia coming to the wall and off at 250. Julia is up potentially a little bit further than Magdalena was. She's okay, has given the okay sign. Looking fine. And that's a white card for Julia. Beautifully done to all of our athletes. Who knew that 250 meters could ever look so easy? Beautifully done. Okay. We are going to wait on the results. Hopefully they get here soon, because I want to know what these numbers are, both for this heat and for the last heat. Speaking of results, we can find all the results from today and from previous days posted on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account and the CMAS Facebook account. Additionally, as we've said a few times now, these results that I've been reading off are all unofficial, pending judges' review. The official results will be posted a little bit later on tonight. Yes, official results will be posted a little bit later tonight. We are waiting on the results now. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. I'm doing my best, you know? While you're on Instagram, please do feel free to also give me a follow at Brandon Freediver. I'm out and about around the world at competitions pretty freaking often. And there's chances are that you will be, if you follow me, you will see a lot of other competitions, a lot of other cool things going on around the world in diving. Plus, I don't know, I think I'm kind of fun. I post silly things sometimes. In the same vein, while you are on Instagram, please do make sure you go and follow all of our athletes that are here. As I've said numerous times now, a lot of these athletes are not only competitors and national world record holders, but they also have full-time jobs. I don't know where they find the time, but part of the point is that if you go check them a follow, on Instagram. That makes them more and more attractive to advertisers and to sponsors. If they have more followers, that means they're more likely and more able to be able to train more often. And in that case, we are able to see more national and world records broken, which is really what we are all here for. Still sitting, still waiting. Gigi, thank you so much. I really appreciate your kind words. I'm just doing my best. We're still waiting on the results from the last two heats. Should be getting them in a moment. Okay, so from this last heat, here are the results. We have Livia Bergonzio of Italy, 250. White card. Almu Calvo Blanco of Spain, 250. White card, which is a tie for the Spanish national record. We have in second place Magdalena Solchalanda of Poland, 262, white card. And finally, in first place, we have Julia Kozerska of Poland, 264 meters, white card. Beautiful job. Ah, thanks, team. You are too kind, too sweet. Ooh, and we have the results from the heat prior as well. So from heat 32, we have Inatea Penilla-Marere of France, 217, white card. We have Vita Kresmer, Slovenia, 186, white card. Natalia Domashenko, Serbia, 199, white card. Herky Schwertner of Germany, 215, also white card. Amazing. Okay. On that note, remember these results are all unofficial, pending judges' review. Final results will be posted very soon, as we are going to be having the award ceremony immediately after this. In fact, they are frantically setting it up now as we speak. So, in that case, I am going to head out. Thank you so much for joining me on this fun adventure here in Kuwait. Can't wait to see you guys again very, very shortly. Hope you all have a fantastic day. Once again, I have been Brandon, freediving instructor, breath training coach, and now signing off from the CMAS Freediving World Championship here in Kuwait. Talk with you guys soon. Bye.
Mahir. في الساعة أنا دقيقة بس هو فايت هم محمد على ايش Başka nerede abi?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
وانا حطيت هذا وياك عزوز هذا وياك لما تخلص اخذ منك شغله يقف عليها شغله شغله الوان
Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championship 2023 for event Dynamic Apnea for Women in Junior category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Talal Asarhan, President of Diving Federation of Kuwait. Third place and bronze medal goes to Toprak Toprak from Turkey with result 126.40. Second place and the silver medal goes to Alasu Ramazanoglu from Turkey with result 140.10. First place and the gold medal with the result 150 meters to Sabine Mas from Ecuador. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ecuador. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event dynamic apnea for men in junior category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Mohammed Al-Dahin, member of BOD of Diving Federation of Kuwait. Third place and the bronze medal goes to Mohammed Iskan from Turkey with result 118.58. Second place and silver medal goes to Nida Burut from Turkey with result 142.98. First place and the gold medal goes to Jules Forest from France with result 181 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of France. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event Dynamic Apnea for Women senior category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mrs. Božena Oslić, the member of CMAS Board of Directors and the President of Serbian Underwater Federation. At third place, we have two ladies sharing the stand. Lilia Brigozio from Italy and Almudena Calvo Bianco from Spain, with results 250 meters. Second place and the silver medal goes to Magdalena Solic-Stalanda from Poland with results 262.30. First place and the gold medal with results 264 meters, Julia Kwarterska from Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event Dynamic Apnea for Men in senior category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mrs. Anna Ashkanova, the President of CMAS. Third place and the bronze medal goes to Goran Čolak from Croatia with result 299.50. Second place and the silver medal goes to Mauro Generali from Italy with result 300. First place and the gold medal with result 306 meters 60 centimeters from France, Guillaume Bourdila. rise for the national anthem of France. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event Dynamic Apnea for Women in Masters 2 category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Apostolos Velos, the Director of CMAS Freediving Commission. Third place and the bronze medal goes to Amel Al-Sheikh from Saudi Arabia with result 128.28. Second place and the silver medal goes to Birgit Weisman from Germany with result 129.764. First place and the gold medal with result 177.97 from Serbia, Nataša Bošković. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Serbia. gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event dynamic apnea for men in the Masters 1 category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Jasem Al-Fatih, the PhD member of the Diving Federation of Kuwait. Third place and the bronze medal goes to Aris Ioannidis from Greece with result 200 meters. Second place and the silver medal goes to Nemaya Lares from Cuba with result 213.63. First place and the gold medal goes to Vladimir Amorosov, a neutral athlete with result 221.20. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event dynamic apnea for men in Masters 2 category begins now. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Dimitrios Galinas, the President of Hellenic Diving Federation. Third place and the bronze medal goes to Marco Massi from Italy with result 195.70. Second place and the silver medal goes to Grzegorz Mucha from Poland with result 210.60. First place and the gold medal goes to Nacho Peral from Spain with result 238.80. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, the official medal ceremony of the CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023 for event Dynamic Apnea for Men Master 3 category begins now. The medal shall be awarded by Mr. Radoslav Gaca, a member of BODO CMAS Freediving Commission. First place and the gold medal with result 105.60 from Germany, Hans-Jürgen Lenzen. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, we once again congratulate all the medal winners of this event. And for the last time at this CMAS World Indoor Freediving Championships 2023, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Kuwait.
check.